Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 25 allies. We're going up against 31 enemies. Loscardo starts us in the lead. Star takes that over. Alexis now in second. Gator Paws is in third. Let's see. Star's in second. Alexis and Sakonat takes over third. And Hercules is dead. Let's see if we manage to do this. Well, actually, we should. We got a bunch of people left around. And no enemies to fight. We done it. We won. And, oh, I got my armored kill. Alexi is in first place, 6 kill, 2 assists. Stars in second place, 3 kill, 4 assists. And Psychonaut is in third with 7 assists. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about the Lady Knights? A Bluer Swede. Hello, Bluer. Welcome to the battle. And then the Centurions is not wanted by anyone. Crazy Techie. You get the Centurion. You were distracted by another game, White Fox. No worries. No worries. You shall be forgiven. No, it doesn't matter. It's just a game. Alrighty, I find it interesting that this got highlighted like a boss battle, or either that, or it always does that, and I just never noticed. Actually, I'll check on this one. Alright, let's start with clearing a quest and checking that. No, see, this got highlighted like a boss battle. This is interesting. Alright, this is getting cleared. Alright, archers and kill melee and win battles. Alright, let's put units down. Alrighty, place archers. Well, alright, so we're going to place archers. And hopefully I'll get a few melee kills out of that. And it is past 8 a.m. So time to check in on the shop for anything not level 30. That is 30. That is not. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. That is not 30. Alright, so that's that. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alrighty, on to the viewer side, where anything not level 1, or more precisely, the one unit I have left, which is not level 1, gets bird purchase. And I have 3 reset. Refresh. It's the second one. And on to the third. Yeah. 1 stack of scroll, not horrible. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week started well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of the week. I hope that I hope. Well, I mean, no, they went well yesterday. I think my weekend break from gaming will extend. I have no energy or desire to game at the moment. Uh, like I thought that starting a new play in Lord and Villains was going to re-energize me, and setting up the map sort of showed me how I have no interest in playing that. So I'm going to stay off gaming for the rest of the week, probably. Catch up on TV shows, do other stuff. All right. This morning is Read and Corrects. So for those who are new, these when I do these, I record them. So while I record them, I ignore the chat. Anything said will be addressed once I'm done. And if the recording runs long, the stream murder battle, will be delayed until it's done. To minimize the chances of a delay, I will start now by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kendar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 79 of Breaking Step. Cold. He was so cold. Fire had consumed all the heat within him and left Tibbs shivering on his knees. He remembered this feeling well from that first time. At least this time, pain wasn't snapping at the heel of the gently retreating cold. There was nothing to accompany the slowing shivers. As with that time, there were certain voices that accompanied the roaring of fire. Only now he was terrified. They might have been screaming, calling for him to stop, calling to him in pain, and that when the voices had stopped, it was because his friends had also died. Because his friends had also ended. Somewhere along that, he'd pulled his sense in, and now he couldn't bring himself to extend it. To find out he was the only person in the room, that his team had paid the price for what he'd done. Tibbs? He stared at the hand on his shoulder, blistered but whole, the burned armor on the arms and jackal. His face also blistered, looking at him in concern. You survived. His voice sounded as hollow as he felt. You were strong enough. One of them. One out of them. No, one of them. He should be happy. Jekyll had survived, but he had been the strongest, and Tibbs had still hurt him. What had he left of Maz and Kumdar, if any? Jekyll's snort broke the thought. I was in no shape to do anything. You're the one who kept the fire from burning us. The fighter looked at his blistered hand, the mostly burned armor. But it did get really hot. He tried to keep fire focused on the creature, on Stowe, on what made him angry and away from his team, but fire consumed without care, and Tibbs eventually lost himself in the rage and he fed it. Somewhere, along with pulling his sense in, he'd forgotten about his friends. Tibbs? The hand shook him. Jekyll raised Tibbs's head so he would look into those earth-brown eyes, then turn it to show him Mez and Kumdar, smoking, but looking less burned than the fighter. He grabbed onto Jackal, held tight. I thought fire had eaten you. I thought fire had eaten you with everything else, he said between sobbed in the soot-covered armor. It got close, Mez said, but I think that even if I hadn't kept most of it from me and Commodore, we wouldn't have looked worse than he does right now. In your dreams, the fighter replied. You'll never look this good even after Tibbs fixes you up. I tried so hard to keep you safe. You succeeded, Commodore said. It is not how. It is not how inherently strong each of us is that accounts for our survival, Tibbs. You did this to a dungeon room. If your will hadn't been on protecting us as well, there would be nothing left of us. Tibbs shook his head vehemently. He didn't deserve praise. He had stopped thinking about them. He had let them. His head was pulled away from Jekyll's chest, none too gently. You controlled it, the cleric said, tone harsh. Do not let your fear of what might have happened cloud your mind to what did. He moved aside as he spoke. You are the one who protected us. No matter how deep your fear of fire is, you maintained control. There was nothing left in the room. There was barely a room to speak of. The walls were bowed out, black and cracked in place, revealing the deeper part of the walls, the part that weren't stone, that might be what stone was made of. The destruction of the floor ended a few paces away from him and his friends. An uneven line marking where each had been. It wasn't clear. Fire had bit further in places, close enough to blacken the floor fingers away from where Maz had been, but it hadn't reached him. Of the creature, the table, the papers, there was no trace, not even ash. Had Stowe absorbed them already, or had fire simply not left anything behind to be absorbed? Did we win? He asked, dismay at the desolation tinting his voice. The point of the room. Desolation. No, that's not. Desolation is not. Desolation. The disappointment. This. The disappointment. The disappointment tinting his voice. The point of the room had been to work out the puzzle, but there was nothing left. You defeated the boss, Jekyll said. That's a win in my book. He looked around. But I think you destroyed the loot chest, too. Tibbs looked down. Sorry. You kept us from dying. Jekyll squeezed his shoulder. I'll take that over loot. Tibbs nodded, trying to feel good about what he'd done. He had kept his team alive. The 5 of them were gone. Did we free him? He was on his feet while the others exchanged worried look, then had to keep from moving as his equilibrium wasn't as fast as he was yet. Then they were all moving. Jekyll cursed and shivered as they stepped outside. How? Okay. As they stepped outside, this is the end of a period. Oh, actually. Jekyll cursed and shivered as they stepped outside, confirming that how cold the corridor wasn't in Tibbs's imagination. Sensing back into the room, it still had a lot of fire essence. So he absorbed that, and as much as it barely added anything to his nearly empty reserve. He couldn't avoid sensing his friends in the process, and like they'd all said, they were in good shape. The purity weaves he'd applied on each had continued their work, and only with Jekyll, Tibbs suspected. Only with Jekyll did Tibbs suspect it hadn't been enough to do much for his burns on top of healing the extensive damage it had been working on. He used some of the essence he'd gained to apply more weaves on each of them, but kept them small, preferring to be ready to defend them. The hallway was devoid of anything in a way that felt odd. No doors open in an ambush masquerading as people not expecting intruders. Tibbs couldn't even sense people golem in the rooms. Carefully opening a door revealed a completely empty room. Not even the desk where the golem people had pretended to work were there. Were there. By the time they reached the bottom of the stair, where the table and trays were absent, even Jackal was on edge. Where are the creatures? He grumbled as they exited the room. Running, echoing along the wall, had Mez raise his bow. An arrow flickered, then its essence fell apart, and the archer hurried to pull one from his quiver. Tibbs started to push fire essence into the bow, only for the runner to reach the edge of his tighter sense. Then Tibbs was running. Tibbs! Jekyll called, then ran, and then they too ran. Tibbs grabbed onto the sorcerer as Don rounded a corner. You're okay. Corruption bloomed around them and was immediately absorbed by Don. Yes. Don sounded unsure, and when Tibbs let go, he looked uncomfortable. How did you get free? Mez asked. I didn't. Don looked them over. The building groaned, then everyone and everything just broke down, and I was free. Something tell me Tibbs did it. I might have broken something, Tibbs admitted. Don chuckled. I'd say that's impossible, but it isn't the first such thing you've done. His expression sobered. Why aren't you all healed? Why haven't you healed them? I added a weave, but I wanted to keep most of the essence I have left in case we were attacked. We're all drained. We'll heal, Jekyll said, urging them along. But how about we get out of here? Without those tellers jumping out of the room trying to kill us, this place feels creepy. Any idea how Tibbs breaking one room caused this to the rest of the building? Mez asked Don, and the sorcerer shook his head. Outside, the others shielded their eyes. How is it so strong? Jekyll asked. Essence, Tibbs and Don replied in unison. But it isn't that strong, the sorcerer continued. It's simply the difference going from inside to outside, same as when you leave the inn in the sun high. In the high sun. We're still inside, the fighter pointed out. What's our next destination? Don asked Tibbs, ignoring the comment. Somewhere to rest and eat, Jekyll replied. Is such a place possible within the dungeon? We've passed plazas on the way here with nothing in them, Don said. Some even had tables and chairs. We'll need to stay on guard for those dogs, Jekyll shuddered, but lead us to the closest. Jekyll dropped on the bench and took packages from his pouch, handing them out, and immediately started on his. You ate this pastry, Mez said. How are you hungry already? Jekyll snorted. That was a while back, he said between bites of bread and vegetables. Then there was that fighting. How are you not hungry? I am. I just don't feel the need to be done before I even started. I want to be done before we have to fight, the fighter said. I'm just glad Russell had an alternative to Comdar's proposal, Don said. As to the kind of food we should pack. Travel bread is a perfectly valid food when one travels extensively, the clerk replied, sounding slightly miffed to Tibbs. I nearly broke the side of the table knocking it against. Wow. Yeah, well, I nearly broke the side of the table I knocked it against. Jekyll said. That's no longer bread. It is made to survive journeys, not appeal to your sense of what bread is. It, in an oiled pack, along with access to water, will ensure you survive to reach the next city. You'll probably want to die before that, Jekyll commented before returning to devouring the food. Look, I appreciate the work that goes into making food that needs to survive for the weeks between towns, Don said, and that taste had to be sacrificed for it. But this is just one day, so I wasn't sacrificing it if I had to. And how would you be aware of what is needed to prepare such food? Comdar asked. The sorcerer shrugged. Read a book on it when I was reading everything I could get my hands on. You think the dungeon is going to put bags that keep food good in the loot? Jekyll asked. So casually, Tibbs glared at him. What? He raised a soggy piece of bread. This is vegetable water. I don't mind my bread soaked in meat juices, but vegetable water is for soup. It's for the soup other people eat. There's no way to know how a dungeon will take the loot will make the loot. There's no way to know how a dungeon makes the loot we find, Dunn said, while Tibbs still glared, let alone how it decides it. Tibbs kicked Jackal in the shin as he opened his mouth. Right. Such an item can be purchased, Commodore said, but only the wealthiest of travelers benefit from them. Did you eat a lot of those while you traveled? Jekyll asked. The cleric considered something. I had to. I endeavored to travel with caravans when possible, as part of repayment for guarding it is our feeding, but circumstances made such impossible on many an occasion. There were more than one journey early in my travels when surviving required digging out and eating worms. Discovering travel bread meant never again did I have to experience the delicacy that is worm. I'd have eaten that, Tibbs said. On my street, worms sound better than some things I had to eat. Then let's rejoice that never again shall any of us have to eat those kind of things. Okay, you know what? This needs to be rephrased because this is definitely in Comdar's voice, and it's supposed to be Jackal. Then rejoice. Then it's a good thing we'll never have. Then it's a good thing we'll never have to eat stuff like that. And it's a good thing we'll never have to eat stuff like that. Jekyll reached for a non-existent tankard and raised it. You think there's a water fountain somewhere? Mez asked. Back home, I could find one every few blocks. Again, you forget, Commodore said, before Tibbs could point out he could make water for them, even tankards to drink it out of, that this is not a city. It is but a simulacrum of one created by a dungeon. How would a dungeon know to provide water for the creatures it made to exist within it? They do not need it, as they are not alive, he chewed. They are no more than the buildings surrounding us, save that they can move. Well, Jekyll said, wiping wetness off the oiled cloth with a finger. I still say it's inconsiderate of it not to think of us. Tibbs, Dunn said, cutting Mez's response to the fighter. I don't know if you want to talk about this here, since we aren't alone, but I have questions about something you said before. Tibbs shrugged. I don't have secrets from anyone here. He ignored Comdar's raised eyebrow. He wasn't keeping secrets from his friends. If he, like any of them, wanted to know something, they just had to ask. Dunn also raised one, but his eyes flicked up. Tibbs shrugged. There was nothing he said. There was nothing he said he wanted kept from Stowe. He said that fire hurt you unless you used your essence to protect yourself. How can it be if none of the other elements you have hurt you? You said you had a sword planted through your chest, and other than the holes in your armor, there weren't any marks. I don't know. The only clue I have is that fire told me I broke a rule when I had an audience, and that there would be consequences. How could you break a rule? Don't ask. I've never read anything about rules governing how an audience is obtained. It's just conventions established by the guild. Like books can be trusted, Jekyll said, taking out another package of food. I had it inside a dungeon, Tibbs replied, cutting off Don's angry reply. He made it happen. Don's head snapped at Tibbs. Surprised, then his brow furrowed. How does that break any rules? But then again, it's not like anyone researched this, since audiences are always performed at locations the guide has established. Except for Purity, Commodore said. They have a dungeon where all those chosen to serve undergo their trial. Succeeding results in achieving an audience. But those are clerics, just based on on what you told me about how you went about getting yours. It shows they don't do it the same as the rest of us. Not everyone with purity has their element is a cleric. Fighters and archers will be among them also. Rogues too, Tibbs said. They just don't talk about it. Except with you, Don replied, it seems. Tibbs shrugged. I'm a rogue. I think they expected me to have figured it out by then. So your audience with fire was in a dungeon, Don mused. Did Purity warn you that you'd broken a rule? He tried to remember the details. But that audience had been a while ago. I don't think so. Then does an attack from... The sorcerer trailed off. Right. Purity is about healing, not hurting. Tibbs stayed silent. Don hadn't been at Karina's funeral. He hadn't seen the clerics use their essence to reduce her body to nothing but the elements. Purity was like every other element. It could do anything if someone knew how to etch or weave it. I'd like to try some things after the run, if you don't mind, Tibbs. Do they involve using fire on me? Don opened, then closed his mouth. I have enough fire on my own. I'm not interested in adding to it. Aren't you curious as to what your limits are? Don asked. Tibbs stared at him. I broke part of the dungeon. I don't want to find out. That's not the most dangerous thing I can do. And that concludes Chapter 79 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road, along with the other books in the series. If you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Nursing Geek. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're doing okay. I'm glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, things are quiet. Sort of taking a break. I'm extending my weekend break from gaming to however long it needs to be. I don't know if it's the game that I'm just tired from the game I'm playing, or if I need to just stop playing gaming for a while. I don't know. I don't know how I'm tired. I just know that I am. Right now I've been playing Lord and Villains. I quite enjoy the game. I mean, I had been feeling tired last week, which is why I took the break, and I sort of thought that restarting a new game might be what I needed, because I was fairly far in the game, and at that point, a lot of it is just sitting around waiting for stuff to happen, and that always bores me. So I figured, I'm going to set up a new map, yesterday and um, play differently and see what happens. And in the process of saying that, like I was just bored. Like I was going, why am I doing this? Like this is not what I want. This doesn't look good. And like going, no. Like I kept having this no sense of that. So I just went, you know what? I'm cutting the stream early. See you all guys next time. And now I'm kind of realizing that, you know, I think I just need an extended break. And so yeah. We can find a balance between Minecraft and writing since both use similar creative corner of your brain. Yeah, well, I mean, my balance is, you know, I work, then, you know, in the evening I play. And it's just that you know, like everything, I think that, you know, I'm overdoing the gaming. Not, not so much that I'm doing too much of it, I think. But I think that that I've reached a point where I'm kind of forcing myself to play because I'm also streaming instead of just enjoying it. So I suspect that might be part of the problem. You know, which is why right now, like again, which is why I'm taking a break, letting myself, you know, breathe, do other stuff, and in the process of that, try to figure out why I'm feeling that way. And yeah, hopefully get back to it, you know. So yeah, like it's, yeah. All right. Going to have an advertising, the streamer of the battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 53 allies. We're going up against 55 enemies. And we are off with White Fox Mink in the lead. Tuliadub is in second. Gator Paws is in third. Am I getting kills? I'm no longer there, so it doesn't look good. Tuliadub is in first. White Fox is in second. Nursing Geek is in second. White Fox is now in third. No, wait. Tuliadub is in first. White Fox is in second. Nursing Geek is in third. We're down to very few enemies left. And, oh, I got one. I'll take it. Tuliadub is in first place. 2 kill, 21 assist. White Fox Mink is in second place. 3 kills, 16 assist. And Nursing Geek is in third. 7 kill, 9 assist. We have fairies. Do we have a reliable battle within the battle? Nope, no reliable battle within the battle. Then there's a monk, which no one is currently claiming. So, Nursing Geek, you have fairies. Sima Quartz, you get monked. And we move on to a skin chest. Gotta head out to the day job, Nursing Geek. No WFH. What? Okay, I don't get that one. Thank you, and have yourself a good rest of your day. Oh, working from home. All right, archers again. Hopefully I can get a couple of melee out of that. And finish my quest. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start on chapter 2. Sorry, not chapter 2, the next chapter. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Time, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you're looking to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 80 of Breaking Step. Breaking Step. Get it off! Jekyll yelled, his stone arm in the large dog's mouth. Get it off me! You know, Miss said, essence forming into an arrow as he pulled the string off of his bow. You are strong enough to punch it off you. He loosed the arrow, and it exploded on the dog's side, sending it tumbling off the fighter. Jekyll scrambled away as he got to his feet. Tibbs stepped between the growling dog and Jackal. Bad dog! No treat for you! Its head snapped up, and the growling itched. Tibbs thought he saw confusion in its eyes, then it lounged, and Tibbs swung, stepping aside. He added filigrees of dew to the edge of the ice sword, and he added sharpness. And the added sharpness caused it to cut its muzzle and head off. Half its muzzle and head off with hardly any resistance. It turned to face him on landing. A real dog would have died. One of the first dogs he'd encountered on the floor would have too, but this loss only diminished its essence slightly. Even its growl wasn't affected. It ran at him, and Tibbs smashed his shield into the remain of its head, staggering it, then pinned it to the ground with his sword. It still didn't die, but while it struggled to get itself free, Tibbs formed another sword and cut it apart until it crumbled away. They're tougher, he commented, absorbing both swords. And bigger, Don said. And sneakier, Jekyll snarled. Within blocks of leaving the plaza where they'd eaten, one had jumped out of an alley at the fighter. Then one had burst out of a door to reach him, and this one had jumped on him from a roof. Is it me? Mez said, or has the dungeon picked up on Jackal's love for those animals? I don't like them. Jekyll looked at the rip in his arm and armor, both of which were stone. This is going to take weeks to have repaired. Buy a new one, Don said, while Tibbs formed a purity weave to deal with the injury. But I like this one, Jekyll replied. It's the one I've worn since Tibbs burned the last one off me. And now he was responsible for Jekyll losing another armor. Even if his was in worse condition, at least Tibbs's armor would repair itself over time. Have you considered that this may be the dungeon's attempt at instructing you to your unwise habit of throwing yourself at your opposition? They're throwing themselves at me. Tibbs okay. Yeah, this needs to be flipped because this is Jackal speaking, and because I have Tibbs's action here, unless, I could, if I want to keep this like that. Um, but, yeah. There we go. So that makes it clear it's Jekyll speaking while keeping the action there. They're throwing themselves at me, Jekyll sighed in relief after Tibbs applied the weave. Where's the next building? Over there. He motioned towards the oddity in his sense, and they were on the move again. He didn't know what it was, since it registered as a hole in the essence, but it was the closest thing that wasn't like the rest of the buildings on this floor. They checked houses, most of which had nothing of interest other than the occasional essence-laden food on plates, like offering for them, which Tibbs and Dawn didn't allow Jackal to touch. At one, a family attacked them, which included a child that took advantage of Tibbs's surprise at its presence, and how odd a child looked when gray and squished down like all the people that were part of the city to grow its fingers into claws, and scored one gash in his side, and then Tibbs dispatched it, cursing himself for never realizing that Sto wasn't limited to making adult golem people. More dogs attacked, and Tibbs figured there was something random about their placement, while the golem people were limited by the roles they played. Guards patrolled so they could be avoided. Thugs snuck out of the alleys so they could stay away from those, and families only came from houses. The shops yielded loot, and the occasional shopkeeper and customer to protect them. Yes! Jackal exclaimed after one such fight as he shoved amulets, jeweled daggers, and necklaces in his pouch, leaving the pieces of armor for the others to put in their pack. Are you really going to put all that in there? No, you're really going to put all that in there, aren't you? Dawn said, motioning to the other displays. Don't you want the loot? Jekyll replied, adding bracelet to it. Don't you want to keep your pouch? The sorcerer replied. They can't know it's magical. But they know you're greedy, which is why you guys are carrying the armor. They know we're going to sell that. You mean this? Mez showed an intricately detailed, not detailed, um, etched showed a leather armband an intricate design. Tibbs, how much do you think Darren will give for this? A few silver, 2 and 0 at most. One of the artisans might give more because it looks good. And that necklace Jackal is shoving in his pouch? Tibbs snorted without bothering to look. Hundreds of silvers. He knows a lot of people who like jewels. Darren isn't going to tell anyone what he buys from us, Jekyll said. But won't the guard think it's strange, Dawn said, that Quigley leaves his run with enough jewelry to please a king, and all we found are common armor? Won't they question how the great Jackal couldn't manage to find the good loot? Or maybe they'll start wondering if it isn't more that you found a way to hide loot from them? They can't tell the pouch is magical, Jekyll repeated in a tone of, why aren't you getting that? Until they reach in to check what's there. The fighter stared at the sorcerer. Is Joe working, but no sound escaping? Fear, but... Okay, I've got two buts here. The fighter stared at the fighter. Is Joe working, but no sound escaping? Working silently. working silently, but fear was building in his eyes. That's why we have to carry most of it, Don said. But they're going to take it. Jekyll protested. It's not just magical things they keep, it's anything they can make good coins with. And that's the best coin. They're my coins. He clutched the necklace to his chest. Only if they don't realize you're cheating them. You have to know they need to think they're scamming you if you want your scam to work. Jekyll looked at Tibbs for support, but he shrugged. I can't help that he's right. Fine, Jekyll grumbled and put the necklace in the pouch. He can have the rest. Then he lunged at a large red jewel in a gold brooch. But I'll take it. I'll take that. The nothing in the essence was a building in the center of a large plaza, which, much like the first one, but only in looks. Unlike the other, where he could sense something blocking his sense, here, the more or less circular building simply wasn't there, according to his sense. Are any of you creeped out by this? Tibbs asked, approaching it. There couldn't be something that wasn't made of essence. Essence was everything. Jekyll reached for the stone wall, but his hand stopped before touching it. Don, tell me this is some sort of enchantment. The sorcerer hesitated. I've never read anything like this. Even that stone your father brought to the city felt like something. I mean, it pushed our essence away from it, so it generated an essence that did that. This? The essence that crosses the wall just ends. He shuddered. So the wall keeps you from sensing inside the building? Nez asked. No, it's not coming back. But if you can't sense it, you can't call it back, Jekyll said with an edge to his voice. But I can etch instructions into it to return, Don snapped. You'll show me how to do that, Tibbs said, interrupting Jekyll's reply. Don took a breath. What do you sense, Tibbs? Nothing. There's a hole in the essence where the building is. The wall felt like the stone it looked like. It was the gray of stone, cool to the touch, but there was no essence there to explain how it existed. Was this the room Stu had talked about? It said the building was still there, but the inside was gone. Is that what it would be like to his sense? Only, hadn't Kenny said Stu had moved the room out of the way until they figured out what had happened? And Stu wouldn't leave something he didn't understand that could hurt runners. He had to understand it to make it something that forced runners to get stronger. There's a door, Mass called from where his walk around the building took him. Open it, Jekyll said, reaching him, Tibbs on his heel, and Don and Cumdor arriving last. I'm not touching that, the archer replied before Tibbs could veto the idea. You want to see in? You open it. No, Tibbs stepped before Jekyll. I'm opening it. The door looked like any of the stone doors he'd seen on the other buildings. Native to the floor. Stone bars held in place but with metal strips. He could even scratch the stone and metal with the point of a knife. The only thing of note was the handle. There to let someone pull the door shut. There might be some trap in it, but he couldn't sense it or anything. The door resisted his initial push and only opened a crack when he pushed harder. He stepped away, waiting for something to happen. When nothing did, he moved close and went to push it some more, only to pull his hand back as soon as it crossed the threshold. He looked at it and confirmed it was fine, then tried to understand what had happened. His hand had still been there, he sensed it and the essence in it, but The essence in his glove had vanished. It hadn't been the pushback from the green stone that prevented him from pushing his essence out of himself. This made anything past the surface of his skin simply no longer there. He put his hand in and moved it. It behaved as it should, but the lack of surface essence was disconcerting. He pushed it further in, then out, as he lost sense of some of the reserves in his bracers. The reserves registered again, but not the essence it had contained. Air and earth were drained. He hurried to refill air, breathed easier when it did. Whatever this was hadn't broken them. This empties amulets, Tibbs said, considering how to go about pushing the door open further. How quickly? Dawn asked. How fast as fast as it took me to pull my hand out, he replied. Maz stepped back. So that thing destroys the essence of anything in it? Does anyone have an item they're willing to hand over for the test? Dawn asked. No. Maz pulled his bow to his chest. Not that, the sorcerer said as Tibbs formed his sword. Something small that you won't miss. If it's magic, we're going to miss it, Jekyll said. Tibbs moved the sword toward the door, but anything that crossed the threshold vanished and didn't reform when he pulled it out. The essence just stopped as if cut by a knife. We're going to have to reach in to open it further, Dawn said. Maz, I'm not doing it. I didn't think your armor was enchanted. It isn't, the archer replied. Then I'll hold your bow while you... I'm not getting close to that. Jekyll reached past Tibbs and gave the door a shove that opened it. There's a chest! Then, Tibbs' understanding of what the weave... Then Tibbs' understanding that the weave in his glove was fine, even if it had been inside the building, was disrupted by the fighter stepping inside. Get out of there! This is weird, Jekyll said, looking at his hand that had turned back to its usual tanned hue. I'm still suffused with earth, but it's not doing its usual thing. Jekyll, get out of there, Tibbs ordered. But it's not doing anything else, the fighter replied, looking around. Breathing his anger down, since screaming wouldn't do any good, Tibbs did the same. Okay, I need to specify, since it's been pointing out that it feels like Tibbs enters the room. Tibbs leaned forward to do the same. Unlike the other building, this one only had the chest in it. The chest, set partially behind the odd column in the center. It was a series of rings of different... Okay, it's not a series. I said 3... It's 5 rings. Stack it up each other up to Jekyll's thigh. Okay, yeah, this is not really going to work because if there's only 5, the tapering. This is going to be a new phrase. So the bottom one. The bottom one is slightly smaller than the one atop it. All right. Okay, that works. It's probably going to need tweaking. Unlike the other building, this one had a chest set partially behind the odd column in the center. It was five. Well, okay, it can't. Okay, actually, it can't be a column because it doesn't reach the top. The odd stack of discs. The okay, I don't need odd. Da, 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 da. The stack of discs in the center. Five of them. And this is how, I've written it now. I'm realizing I need to change it because while correct, it's not clean. Five of them. Because they're not rings. They're from where he's looking at, they're discs because he can't see inside. And ultimately, they are discs. Five of them. And that's where I'm going to. With the bottom one slightly smaller than the one atop it. Then the other three tapered until the top disc was the size and thickness of the fighter's stone-filled head. The chest was positioned in such a way that it could only be accessed by "It's up!" Jackal was already next to the chest, brushing the largest ring. Before Tibbs could let out the discs. Before Tibbs could let out the sigh, the discs spun once. Then the nothingness from inside the room was all around them, stretching, he had no idea how far, since the abyss cursed thing removed all essence. And that concludes chapter 80 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the other in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of Royal Road, that is on my Patreon, where we're about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Anati-kun. How are you doing today? And your clock has been updated. really should remember to drink before I turn to dust. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 66 allies. We're going up against 35 enemies. Alrighty. Jennymon is in first place. Okay. I don't know what to call that, but QS Create is in second. Toliadub is in third. Jennymon maintains the first. Bone Scott takes over third place. QS Create is in first place. Jennymon takes over first place. Bone Scott still in third. And we're about done, I think. There we go. We're done. We've won. And I got my kill. Jennymon is in first place with 18 assists. Star is in second place with 2 kills, 14 assists. And QS Creates is in third, 8 and 8. Someone's late on the uptake. We have gold. Do we have the Dr. Derp? How about the Lady Lights? The Bluer Swede? And Onatikun is there to get the gold. Then we have Lego Head. Oh, do we have the Dark Lord of Legos? Indeed we do. Darth Dorlin is with us. And then, well, that's not mentionable, so we will assign it to Purple Zane. And we will move on to the boss battle. Good battle? Yes, indeed, Star. Need to clear a quest. And now I need to kill armored units. Well, I'm gonna... Yeah, I got all day to put the archer down. So let's see, what do we have for armors in here? Da, 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 da. right. So, half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. And, all right, so I am going to do the next chapter. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch, and if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 81 of Breaking Step. Jackal! Tibbs snapped as the ground shook and the rings began to... Not the discs. And the discs began to turn at different rates. The fighter ran out of the building. Sorry, I didn't think it. That's not new, Mess said, turning to face the walls growing from the ground to surround the plaza. He cursed when pulling on the bow string did nothing. I have a score of arrows, he warned, taking one from the quiver at his hip, and I don't think they're going to regenerate without essence to feed it. Once I'm out, I'll be useless. And I'm already useless. Oh, Don said, because that's definitely Don. Tibbs. Okay, now here again, I want to into the room. Peered into the room to study the rings. Observe. To look at the ring's motion and immediately saw he'd been wrong. Most turned. The bottom two didn't. It had to mean something. Do I look like I have a staff? Don yelled, pulling Tibbs' attention to his team. I meant, I'm a sorcerer, Don yelled at Jackal. Not a fighter who's throwing himself into a fight to die. Don, Mez started. And it's your job to protect me. The sorcerer looked around, terrified, and Tibbs went to him. The wall has holes, Mez yelled, and Don ran for the closest one. You aren't leaving me behind. People are coming through, Jekyll yelled as Don fell, trying to stop and turn. We aren't going to leave you, Tibbs told him, uselessly trying to sense the golem people. Breathe, Don. Breathe yourself now. You're on my team and dying's not allowed, remember? How is the dungeon making them work if there isn't any essence in there? Mez asked, joining Tibbs and Don. The sorcerer's breathing was ragged, but he looked around as the stout gray-skinned golem people. At the stout gray-skinned golem people, the fear left his eyes, replaced by calculation. The same way we aren't dead, his breathing steadied. Tibbs says they're filled with the same essence everyone has, so just like it's protecting us, it's protecting them. Tibbs helped him stand. Would that not mean they are as limited as we, if that is the case? Kumdar asked. Except that they're golems, Maz replied as they stepped away from the wall and the holes that had as the creatures. Moved away from the walls, and the holes that had let them in closed. Stone's a lot tougher than most of us. People golem, Tibbs said, wishing he didn't need essence to be able to sense through it. If Stowe could change the wall, it had to mean there was essence there. But Ones made to look made like the but the ones made like these, Don said, straightening his robe, are tougher than the ones that look like us. Like they're made of a mix of flesh and stone. And there are 12 of them. Tibbs pulled his attention away from the wall. I'll deal with half of them, Jekyll said. You four deal with the rest. The people Gollum were the problem to face. Then the rings, since they had to be the puzzle. And once that was solved, the walls would go down. May I remind our leader he is not currently made of stone? They looked like the guards they'd encountered patrolling the street. I didn't have that from any of the pit fights before I came here. Muscular and wearing armor. Two were slightly taller, maybe matching Tibbs, and they wore metal armor, where the others looked to be armored in something made of scales, like the dragons, except they didn't glow. If that was because they weren't enchanted, or the lack of essence kept the glow from being visible, Tibbs would find out when they fought. But were they armed and armored in those pits? Mez asked. So they aren't fighting fair. Like that's any different from the fights I've been in. Don, stay by Maz if you stay by Maz. If you can think of a way to help, do so, but don't get yourself killed, or Tibbs is going to have to yell at you. Doesn't that go for you too? Mez asked. I'll be fine, Jekyll replied. I'll do my best to help him, Mez said. Are you going to be okay, Cumdar? Are you going to be okay, Cumdar? Fortunately, I have had to teach that cleric how to fight staff to staff. It has improved my own abilities. Tibbs. Oh, I think this is what was going to happen. It was, yeah. I had Tibbs and Cumdar here, but one got missing. But still. Tibbs? Jekyll asked. The knife didn't materialize out of wherever they went when Tibbs sent one away. Stowe had said it wasn't his armor, but there were no hidden sheath for them. Tibbs figured it was the same kind of weave that let Jekyll and his coin pouch take more than they looked like they should, only somewhere he didn't know. He reached into his coin pouch, but only felt coins and paper. Why hadn't he thought to keep at least one knife there for when he pawed at his bracer and felt the end of the pommel in the hidden sheath. I'm good. Not great. The knife looked so small, but at least it was a weapon. Tibbs looked at Don. It's going to be okay. The sorcerer's responding nod was sharp, and Tibbs figured the stoic expression was to hide the fear. Tibbs stepped away and set his sight on the smallest of the golem people. Maybe he was a rogue too, with the short sword and set of armor that seemed to be more leather than scales. They could win, he reminded himself. Still didn't set traps out to outright kill, but to teach. And this was about teaching them how to fight without essence. When he couldn't breathe the fear down, he swallowed it. He'd do this. The rogue picked up speed, pulling away from the others, and Tibbs walked in its direction. At the last moment, he reversed the grip on his knife and used it to block the sword, then shouldered his opponent hard, staggering it away. Good. Just like the other guards. Even if they looked like they were part stone, they were still more like actual people. Stowe was sticking to what he had established. Instead of adding challenges, he dodged the swing, only to stagger back from the punch it distracted him from. He moved his jaw through the pain. So they had numbers and skill. Stowe knew there wouldn't be any essence there. And he'd made the golem people so they wouldn't depend on that. Tibbs stepped as his opponent moved, maintaining the distance, evaluating it the way Quigley had taught him, looking for the pattern in its motion he could take advantage of. He had grown lax, depending on his sword's changing length to surprise his opponent. As they moved, he caught sight of Jackal surrounded, hitting as much as he was hit. Mez stood arrow-notched and waiting, with Don behind him, the fear visible now that he wasn't the focus of attention. Commodore was, he'd be who was fighting behind Tibbs. He rushed the golem person as they started the swing, sidestepped the already in motion sword, and cut through the armor into its flesh, leaving a deep gash. Then his grin and motion ended by the sword coming through his chest. Tip stared at the pommel, trying to understand why he was still alive, or at least why he wasn't screaming in pain. The golem person stepped back, pulling the sword out. Why wasn't it covered with blood? The question was chased away by the swords coming back down, and Tip jumped out of the way. Why ever he wasn't dead meant he had to stay in the fight. He could look for answers once they won. He dodged an attack, then darted in and scored another gash, this time getting out of the way from the following attack. They circled each other. This couldn't be something Stowe had done. They'd had that talk a while back, and he wouldn't treat Tibbs any different than the other runners. Then why was it? Why wasn't the sword... He hesitated. Was that? The golem person was on him, the sword heading... The sword heading for the metal sword. Had his chest again. It went in and through. Like before, like any time metal was used in an attempt to hurt him, he didn't feel anything. His armor resisted slightly as it exited, finding a part of the leather that wasn't already damaged. It wasn't because he couldn't use his essence that he no longer had his element. Metal couldn't hurt him, even here, where essence didn't exist. He grabbed the rogue's hand, and as he pulled the sword out and slammed the knife into the wrist, with a hard push, he severed the hand off, then dodged a punch, and he pulled the sword out. He put all his strength behind the slice of the golem's head flew off his... Blah. He pulled all his strength behind the slice, and the golem's head flew off its body as the sword's weight carried Tibbs into a near fall. He'd forgotten swords had weight to them. No matter how much metal he added to his ice sword, it weighed nothing. Even when he picked up a metal sword, he made them weigh nothing. But without essence, it was all there. Although Tibbs swung it once he regained his footing, and with expecting the weight, the motion was even, if not entirely expertly done. Somehow, he remembered the short sword he trained with before making his ice one being heavier. Well, since he was armed, Tibbs needed to go help his team. Jackal was down to 3 golem people and grinned like a madman. Mez and Don had moved as the fighting shifted, but they were still without direct opponents, which left Kumdar. Tibbs ran at the cleric, who kept the 4 golem people from crowding him through spinning his staff far more expertly than someone who just gotten better because he had to teach Clara. Him and his secrets again. Tibbs shouldered 2 out of the way, then felt the sword pressure through his armor. You should not. Kumdar dodged a swing and replied with the butt of his staff into the golem person, but metal armor meant it only staggered slightly. Be more cautious. It's fine. Tibbs cut the sword arm as the sword in his back pushed through his chest and the already present gash in his armor there. They can't. The punch sent him skidding to the floor, his armor ripped from center to side. The pain in his face went away, and he realized he was suffused with purity. We can suffuse ourselves, he exclaimed, then scrambled away from the fighter in the metal armor approaching. Where had his sword gone? I am well aware of that fact, Kumdar said, shattering a golem person's arm with a staff strike, then another so hard that when it hit the floor, it crumbled away. Well, I didn't know that. Tibbs formed his shield to block the incoming fist, then cursed as the impact on his arm broke it. As the impact on his arm broke him and sent it sliding on the floor again. He was healed as he got to his feet. He dodged another punch, then slammed his palm against the metal arm to divert it, and was surprised the metal was warm against his skin. The essence there, his head spun as he came to a stop. Okay, this I was told is not exam. His head spun, still spun, as the slide came to a stop. He groaned, pushing himself to all fours. How had he sensed the essence in the armor? His head cleared, and he looked at his hand. The ripped apart glove. He'd made skin contact with it. Oh, that's not the one. Oh well. Tibbs! Kamdar yelled, and he barely rolled out of the way of the kick. He reached for the golem person's face. He could. No, he couldn't. He dodged a punch, and he couldn't simply drain the essence out. He'd agreed to that. He reached for the golem's face again, so he'd put essence in. He grabbed onto it and sent fire into the golem. The punch lifted him and broke the contact, but as he raised his head and pushed himself off the floor, the golem person was staggering, smoking as part blackened. Beyond them, Mez was fighting the golem person, hitting them with his bow to little effect. Dawn! Tibbs yelled at the sorcerer who had backed away from the fighting until he was against the wall. It's like with the green stone. Touch means you can affect it. Dawn looked at him uncomprehendingly, and Tibbs stepped around the crumbling golem person as Kamdar let out a pained groan. Help Mez! He yelled, cursing internally for forgetting the cleric was already in trouble. Tibbs hoped this worked. He suffused himself with earth and he collided with Kamdar. The person golem's hit sent Tibbs to the ground hard enough his breath left him, but nothing had broken, and Kamdar was getting to his feet. In the distance, Dawn let out a scream that sounded more terrified than aimed at inspiring terror. Tibbs hoped that wasn't him running away. He wanted Dawn to be better than that. His head rang from the following punch, and his head rang from the following punch, and his head left a crack on the ground from the impact there. There was motion around him, black, the clacking of something on something else, sound that were different. And need help. He knew the voice. Tibbs, Kamdar said, that was who owned the voice. I need assistance if we are to be victorious. There was strain in it, and he hoped the Tibbs in question would come help Kamdar. He liked the cleric, even with all his secret. Tibbs! The strain was greater. Didn't he know that Tibbs too? Of course he did. He was Tibbs. He suffused himself with purity, and his mind cleared. Earth again, and he kicked the legs out from under the golem person Kamdar was keeping from striking Tibbs. Kamdar helped. Oh no, helped it down. Okay. Kamdar helped it down with a strike in the back. Then Tibbs kicked its head with enough strength. It ripped off, and the body crumbled away. It appears that you must still be cautious while fighting. The cleric offered his hand and pulled Tibbs to his feet. Tibbs picked up the sword. I think this is the dungeon showing we've gotten too used to relying on our essence. I had gathered that much. Tibbs looked around and stared at Dawn on the back of a golem, clinging to them. Cling to it. To it as they pummeled him with blows until clinging as it pummeled him with blows until it melted. It melted, then crumbled away, leaving Don curled in on himself on the floor. He took a step toward the sorcerer as Jackal punched the last of the golem person he'd been fighting. He turned, waved at Tibbs, and then toppled over. Jackal! Tibbs ran for his friend. And that concludes chapter 81 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story as well as the others in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we're about 20 chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the note, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Ah, that is what I forgot to do. Yeah, this is gonna be a quick chapter. which is fine. It will give me time to deal with stuff that needs to be dealt with. Actually, before doing that, which means I need to bring this back. Done with that. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 67 allies. We're going up against 63 enemies. And we are off with Star in the lead. Na from Huts was in second. Mono Bear's in first. Clockwalker is in second. Sigma's in Stars in third. I have 2 kills. That's nice. Hopefully they're the good kind of kills. Mono Bear still in first. Clockwalker is in second. Quinn takes over third. And it looks like we're done with the battle. I did not get any armored kill. That's disappointing. Mono Bear is in first place, 22 kill, 28 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Clockwalker is in second place, 10 kills, 17 assist, and Quinn is in third with 17 assist. We have gold. Do we have the Dr. Derp? The Lady Wrights? Blue or Swede is there and gets the gold. Then we have Fairy. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? Nope. No reliable battle within this battle. And then the other one's not mentionable. So, Cat Lady, 100. You get fairies. Ah, boy. I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Well, you and le aspirateur. Ok, ça c'est aspirateur, vacuum. Le chat aspirateur, well, neither of you are getting mentioned. So, we move on to the next board, where we will get gold and skin before the boss. But we start with a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And I still need armored kills. We don't have a lot of them. I'm a little reluctant to put Puppy on the board. So let's put my Lego head instead. I know, it feels weird to call this guy the Lego head. And, alrighty. Half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. So let's move this to the right file. Let's bring this up, and I will start with this chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 37 of The World Which Is. The first thing Silver does is correct my pronunciation of Mount Rail. I just ask if She was from there, based on her accent, and I pronounce it the way I've always heard it said. Mount, as in a small mountain, then real, as in something that's real instead of imaginary. Turns out she's sensitive about it. It's Mont. The T is actually, whoa, Mont. How the, okay. The reason I didn't stumble over that is it's because it's not Mont, because if the T is just silent, it would be moan. Mao. Mao. So Mont. Own. Own. Moan. Moan. The T is silent. And it's more like M. Own. Like moan. Moan. Actually, not even. Moan. Not even that. How the hell? I cannot think of a word. Anyway, I'm gonna stick it. Let's stick it. Stick to that. I'm gonna have to look for a better way to describe it. But anyway, it's Mo that he is silent, and real is with an accent on the e. Real. So it's Montreal. Once she's happy with my pronunciation, she accepts my invitation to adventure in Brandon Stairs. You said we needed someone else, I point out. She's not who I have in mind, he replies. And she doesn't know us, so just why does she wants to come? She's right there. I tell him, how about you ask her directly? I want adventure, she says. Before Brandon asks, which annoys me. After treating her like she wasn't there, he should have had to address her directly. You can't be serious, he replies. Aren't you the one going out gallivanting for a chance to fight monsters and discover relics? I ask. That's not the same. I'm an explorer. And I'm a bard, she replies before I can point out not everyone who goes out exploring has that class. I don't see how that explains tagging along, he says. Brendan, how about she just wants to help? How about you let me defend myself? She says, amused, and my face burns. Go ahead, Brendan says, smirking. I'm a bard. You all are a bard needs stories, she cuts him off. And I don't want to just repeat the stories I've been taught. I want to have it stories of my own, and that means going on my own adventures. Wasn't the trip here adventurous enough for you? Brendan asks. Okay, what is your problem with her? I demand. People don't just hook up with strangers to go on adventures, he replies. Isn't that what you did with me? That's not, he closes his mouth. You don't know her. I don't know you. I saved your life. She saved ours. We didn't. I could have. He lets out a growl of frustration and gets to his feet. What's your health like? I asks. Mine has stopped increasing, a little under a third. I'm fine. That's not what I asked. I stand and offer a healing bar. Oh, I say offer him. That's how I get offering. Offer him a healing bar. I don't need it. I know Grit Strikes needs you to be hurt to kick in, but we're in this city. Do you think Xander hired an entire army to kill me, or did we, well, you, take care of them? He tries to calm himself. I can see that. Not that I understand why he's angry. When he takes the bar from my hand, it isn't quite a snatch, but he's ripping the wrapper. But the ripping of the wrapper isn't gentle. Come on, he instructs before biting into it and starts walking. I chew on mine as I follow. Didn't anything happen on the trip from Montreal, that you can tell stories about? I ask Silver, making sure to pronounce the name of the city correctly. I traveled with a caravan. I entertained them once we stopped for the day. The most adventurous thing to happen was some of them getting sick from food that had gone bad. I'm at a loss as what to say. So what's at the Knox? She asked. I don't know. Brendan, did you learn anything about the Knox? No. He slows his pace as we catch up to him. Look, Silver, I am sorry for my reaction. I'm not used to someone offering to help for nothing. It isn't for nothing, she replies. I get something from it. I get my own stories to tell. I'm sure that means as much to her as, Dennis! He cuts me off, sounding slightly exasperated. I know that stories are currencies, all right? You can heal, buff, and debuff. How are you in one-on-one combat? I do my best to avoid getting into actual fights. You get that adventures nearly always end up in fights, right? I can help you by weakening the enemy. I can buff you a little. What level are you at? What level are you? Brendan asks. She hesitates. 5? Same as me! I grin and she brightens. Brendan sighs. Well, guess I can't use that as a reason. Does your class come with any offensive abilities? Unless you mean me offending someone? No. I'm not the kind of bard that belongs on the battlefield. So you're pure support. You have mana. Does your class limit the spell you can get? No, although it gives me boost to certain type, like illusions and emotion magic. Then are you willing to spend points on attack magic if you get a chance? She hesitates, then nods. I want to be helpful. All right. Brandon sounds mollified. Do you have any available spell points? No, I spent them before leaving Montreal. I'm going to stumble over it often. Good thing it shouldn't come up too often. Then we'll see to it you have some by the time we reach the next city. He looks at me. It's going to have to be Detroit. I was warned not to go there, I reply as Silver lets out an impressed, oh. I've heard stories about it, she says. And they're probably all true, Brendan says, which includes the one about it having the largest archive of information available on this side of the continent. Isn't it a city of thieves and murderers? Murderers, I ask. Oh yeah. It's not the city for the faint of heart, but if there's any information on the Knox out there, that's where we're going to find it. We stick to the main streets as we cross the city north and slightly westward. The buildings improve, crop and quality go up again, and by the time we turn onto a smaller street, I'd say we're in the middle ground area. The buildings are close together at first and separate until there's a yard in front and I see yards at the back between them. The whistle that escapes has Silver and Brandon looking at me. We don't have a lot of houses with yards and court. Even the mayor doesn't have one. Mr. Carbone and Lady Travell are the only two I know of. I know who do, and people are always on them to stop holding on to the land so we can increase the population and go up a settlement level. When a city gets large enough, Brendan says, population numbers aren't the only factors in growing. Quality of life is quality of life is one. Toronto basically started as a city when the system arrived, so a lot of the original larger lots at the outskirts were kept and sold to those with more to contribute. And this person that'll help us is one of them. Her parents. They left her the house when they decided the city wasn't for them anymore. And she'll help if I can convince her to. I'm sure you'll be able to, I tell him, since he doesn't sound confident. You don't know, he shakes his head. You don't know her. When he pauses before a house, it's in better state than the others. Not only the one-story house, but the yard. The grass is lush and vibrant green. The 2 trees are tall, providing a lot of shade, and colorful flowers grow along a stone path leading from the street to the door. Brandon lets out a slow breath before stepping onto the path, and I shrug at the look Silver gives me. I don't know who lives here. Who can live here that's making him act like that? The door the door is wood and nearly 3 meters tall. While it's square and fits neatly into the frame, there's something about it that isn't quite. I mean, I don't know everything about wood, but I used to spend a lot of time in my dad's workshop, so I've seen him work all kind of lumber. He told me a lot about what he does back when he dreamed I'd be a carpenter like him. The wood in the door isn't worked. It's not made of boards, it's one slab without any marks from tools. Magic was used to make it. Brendan's hand hangs in the air for a long time before he finally knocks and steps back. A few seconds later, the door opens. A few seconds later, it opens and a woman stands in it. Her head nearly. Okay. A few seconds later, it opens and a woman stands in it, her head nearly touching the top. She isn't human. That's the first thing that registers. She's too tall and too slender, like if a human woman had been stretched to that height. Her copper hair falls down to her shoulder or shoulder blade and shimmers in the sunlight that makes it through the canopy. Her skin is both paler than mine and more vibrant. Her eyes are green and her ears pointed. Hey, sis, Brenda says in the silence. I need your help. And that concludes chapter 37 of The World Witches. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we're about 10 chapters ahead, I think. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Here we go. So we're 9 chapters ahead instead of 10. Oh, right. It says that I did that, but let's remember to also do this. Which means I need to go back in here. Hmm. Last battle. All right. Well, thank you. I'm sorry for being late noticing it, but thank you for the for the units for dropping by. February 4th. Okay, that's done. That is also done. That is 37. Oh, right. That's March 17th. This becomes March 20th. Makes a little more sense. that's been done. Hey, welcome to the stream. Sorry, welcome to the stream, Angry Axbeak. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing today? Doing fine. Working on your own writing. Oh, very cool. What are you writing? What genre are you writing in? I'm doing well. This morning is a read and correct morning. So I'm reading out loud, doing corrections as I go. Also recording it so I can post it on a few sites. And just waiting for the Streamreader battle to happen. Oh, Lit RPG! Cool. I have a story in that genre. Are you is your web novel up on Royal Road or another site? Or Mega I think the other popular one is Mega Novel for the genre. Very cool. Yep, my two novels. Well, My Lit RPG is on that site, and so is my fantasy, because it was supposed to be Lit RPG. It just never um it didn't want to be Lit RPG. It was supposed to be Lit RPG, and it didn't want to. Let's see how. Oh, cool. 51 chapters. Very nice. If you are interested in taking a look at mine, um, that's my Lit RPG. Cool. All right, we're gonna have the streamer, an advertising, the Streamreader battle, and I'll be back for more read and corrects. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 84 allies. We're going up against 41 enemies. And Psychonaut starts us in first place. Sigma OS is in second. And Paxor is in third. Alright, I have 2 kills. Hopefully they're the right... Actually, no, I need an armor, I think. But I think this is going to give me a few armored kills. Let's see. Psychonaut is in first place. Sigma's in second. Ange Fatale is in third. Onatikun killed the automaton. Ange Fatale jumps to first. Psychonaut is in second. Onatikun is in third. We've got one. Nope, we've got no enemies left. We are done. We have one. I got my 2 armored kill. Cool. Ange Fatale is in first place. 3 kill, 7 assists. Psychonaut is in second place. 9 assists. And Onatikun is in third. 6 kill, 2 assists. And good morning, Monster Bait Me. Welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated. We've got gold twice. Smaller, smallest, smaller and very smallest. Let's see. Do we have a Dr. Derp? How about the Lady Wrights? And Onatikun is there for the gold. And then Blue or Swede is there for the other gold. And we have tanks that no one is currently claiming. So, Psychonaut and Woozler, you get tanked. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And how are you doing today, Monster Bait Me? Are you back in the US or are you still in France? All right, you gotta clear the quest. I need to get laurels. All right. Back in Denver, very cool. Getting over jet lag. I'll sleep it off. You know what? How about Puppy goes for a ride? I honestly do not know how to get what controls the laurels. So let's just kill everything that's there. Yeah, half an hour to see how this turns out. And followed yours, Angry Axebeak. Oh, very cool. All right. So I will be starting on another read and correct. By confirming... okay, this is long enough. The Stream Raider battle may be delayed slightly. This is 3,500 words, so this may be a little longer. But shouldn't need all that much work. Actually, no, the formatting is broken. Anyway, I am confirming the microphone is on. I am turning off the desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 14 of Once Broken. What are you talking about? Jacoby asked. What job? At least he waited until Tristan was out of earshot, Alex thought as he watched Tristan sulking off. He screamed at someone only he could see. Is that father again? Or was it like back on the Sayatoga where he saw multiple dead people? He'd hoped that knowing they had a job would give him something to focus on, not set him off like this. Alex winced as Tristan kicked the wall, somehow managing to undo all his work with one kick. Alex, Jacoby called. Yes. And this is where it's broken. I don't know what happened. Yes, we have a job. Jacoby Reza now brought him. And who exactly hired us? The priestess, Alex answered, even if it was something of a stretch. He told her that more people would come, tried to explain it was probably corporate sponsored, which meant they needed to prepare for an escalation. She'd level her gaze on him. The source sees to our safety. No wonder the corporation was taking over this planet if they preferred praying instead of fighting back. And how much are we getting paid? Jacoby asked. Enough. Alex, this is me, not Tech. His name is Tristan. We already had that talk. You don't need to play games with me. How much money can they have here? Are they paying us with one of the animals? Can it even be sold for anything SpaceGov will recognize? What are you even hoping to accomplish here? I'm thinking this place needs to be standing for Tristan to finish his work. He indicated Tristan on his knees, putting stones on top of one another again. Unless you're not paying attention, we might be here longer than expected. That's on you. You put him in that state if... What? You think letting him go off... You think letting him go off is going to help him? I think that letting him get whatever is eating him out of his system is going to do more good than having him believe in some magical solution that comes from building a wall. Alex stared at him, feeling the need to plant a knife in the man's chest. How long until he can get the hover working? Huh? It's a simple question, Jacoby. Alex growled. It'll be a couple of hours to clean everything and make sure it's all properly calibrated before I put the parts back in. But can it fly without doing all that? But it can't fly without doing all that, right? Sure, it got us here, but then do that. Why? Jacoby eyed him suspiciously. I'd get us there fast. Because I told you so? Alex cut him off. He had no interest in listening in these excuses. Alex, I'm not... You know what? Just leave. A quick slash to the throat. It wouldn't connect. Jacoby still had good reflexes for someone who hadn't been seen much fighting recently. Take the hover and go home. It would be a good fight, but Alex had no doubt as to the outcome. Jacoby dead. We don't need you. We can find our own way back once Tristan is better. He put emphasis on that and hoped Jacoby understood that that was all that mattered to him, because Alex wasn't stating what the alternative was. Jacoby stiffened. I'm not abandoning either of you. Then do what I fucking tell you. This isn't a vacation, it's a job. My job. If you're staying, you work for me. I'm telling you to get the hover flight worthy because I need you to get something. Alex turned and headed towards the town. Don't worry, you're going to have plenty of time when you get back to do whatever you want to it. That's what I'm worried about, Jacoby yelled back. He could kill Jacoby, Alex thought. Probably should. Tristan wouldn't care. Probably wouldn't even notice. If it wasn't for what Alex expected was coming, that would be the simplest solution. He didn't want to have to deal with Jacoby's constant arguing, his use of tech as Tristan's name, but he was going to need the man's fighting skill, and as he'd seen, Jacoby hadn't exaggerated when talking about his combat experience, but Jacoby alone wasn't going to be enough. He walked by the house without stopping. The priestess wouldn't be any help. If she thought some magical force would fix this, she wouldn't be willing to do the work needed to ensure it happened. So he had to hope there was one person in the town who knew enough Gov standard to translate for him. He walked along the narrow alleys for a while before coming across his first Somalian. Hi, he called to her. He did his best not to glance below the chest. Do you speak SpaceGov standard? Her blank expression was answer enough. He indicated further within the town. Is there anyone here who will understand me? Very clever, Alex. Like she understood that. She said something, head canted. Before Alex replied he didn't understand her, someone answered her. A deep voice. So a man. The speaker stepped out of a small home. Yes, definitely a man. Alex pulled his gaze up. They spoke, and Alex tried to follow the conversation. It was too quick for him to make sense of any of it. Okay, it was too quick for him to make sense. Ultimately, language was just code, so he should be able to parse it even without a translation program. The discussion ended with Alex only catching one word, a name, thought by the way it was intoned, Ragrik. Then she walked away. He followed her, and they crossed the town, exiting the narrow path into an open center. Exiting the narrow path into an open center large enough everyone could gather. Huh. An open center. Why did I mean, I know I mean the town center, but an open center? Open plaza? An open plaza large enough everyone could gather in it, and then back among the building. She stopped at one and banged on the wooden door. A man opened it. Alex swallowed, staring far too long. He was taller than Tristan, broader, with his blonde and copper fur crisscrossed with scars. Alex tried not to pay attention to his groin, but he was also larger than Tristan there. He and the one exchanged words, then he looked at Alex, and the intensity in those coppery brown eyes made Alex's knees go weak. He clamped down on whatever he was feeling, reminding his body he belonged to Tristan. Need help? The voice was higher, lighter than Alex expected, making him feel less dangerous. I need to talk with everyone. I need you to gather them and translate for me. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Not help. He turned back into the house. Wait, Alex called. He couldn't just walk away without even listening. You wait. The reply came, then a soft conversation. Alex strained to make out anything. Come. Alex entered the home and closed the door. The only window illuminated a large room. There was a large bed against the right wall, an extinguished fire pit in the center, and a table with 5 chairs on the left. An older Somalian sat in one, with the others standing behind them protectively. The fur was mostly white, with patches of washed out brown. Their shoulders were broad, but the skin and fur seemed to hang loose on them. You need help? The accent was heavy, but Alex understood them. Their voice was higher pitched, and if not for the other Somalian having sounded similar, he would have said the voice was that of a woman. He reminded himself that he was going to have plenty of time to learn to distinguish gender without having to rely on their midsection. He indicated the chair opposite them. Can I sit? The Somalian gave a flick of the ears but didn't react otherwise. He'd seen the gesture among other Somalian, but he hadn't been able to determine what it meant. I'm sorry, is that a yes or a no? It means yes. I thought one of us was with you. Tristan's body language is human, as far as I can tell. I've only seen him use non-human mannerism when he plays the role of being Somalian. And now you realize that even that hadn't been based on actual Somalian behavior. He is one of the spacefarers. Alex nodded. Before we continue, can I ask if it's polite to ask what gender you are? With anyone standing it, Alex hesitated, realizing it might not be appropriate for an outsider to mention their sexual characteristics. The Somalian motioned for him to continue. Alex sighed and indicated the standing Somalian. I can tell what gender he is, but you're sitting. The Somalian smiled, full showing of the teeth, but there was none of the threat in the eyes Tristan had when he did that. I am female. Do Somalians prefer being referred to as women? Isn't that a human female? She asked. Alex shrugged. We use it to refer to just about anyone female, at least among mercs. He tried to remember how he'd heard alien women referred to before he went to space, but as far as he could recall, humans referred to alien as they or it. She gave the same flick of the ears before. You can use whichever one you prefer, but I prefer Sarthas. It is my name. All right, Sarthas. Where did you learn Gov Standard? You have an accent, but you're more fluent than even the priestess. I was a translator to the humans who visited us many years ago. Scientist at first. I helped them understand who we are. Then, when they left, I helped the corporation. But they didn't seem interested in us, just Somalia. Then the other corporation came. They sought my help in convincing Somalians to abandon their home and live in the cities they were building, to work for the humans there. I wouldn't do that. I came home. She indicated around her. I thought of Rigerick, but he never applied himself. No human here, Rigerick replied flatly. And yes, I am not pronouncing his name properly. Because I never thought I'd ever have to pronounce it out loud. She indicated Alex. The man's ear did something that made Alex think's annoyance. When he spoke in Somalian, the tone conveyed the same. She answered in a way that reminded Alex of his grandmother when he'd been disrespectful of her. Don't talk to me like that, it said. You need help with something, she said to Alex. What is it? Did you hear about the attack on the herd? Her ears did a different kind of flicking. No, she added. Humans fired on the animals. Me and my associate, the other human, Jacoby, yes. We took them down and sent them away. Kill, Rigerick said. Alex watched for Sartar's reaction. I do not care, they are dead. If they attacked us, you have my thanks for getting rid of them. Alex nodded. The thing is that it isn't over. I've tried explaining things to the priestess. Aelas. Right, Aelas. Oh, bleep, they're gonna force me. Okay. Alas, she corrected, emphasizing the pause. It requires a division of both parts of the name. It is a thing the folk from Arthur Val do. Alex glanced at Eric, and she smiled. His father was from there. He insisted our son would have a proper Valian name. Eric stood straighter and said something that came across as snarky. She waved it aside with a reply that annoyed him. Alas, Alex continued, careful with the pronunciation, doesn't understand that they aren't acting on their own, or she doesn't care. The corporation probably paid them, but even if it's someone else, they will send more. I believe you, she said as the silence stretched, but I don't see how I can help. Alex let the breath out. I need you to translate for me so I can explain what's going on to everyone here. You need to organize and get ready to fight off the next attack. She canted her head. Can you not deal with them? You said you did so. This isn't going to stop once I leave. I'm only here until Tristan's done, but those humans will continue to come. I can teach people here how to fight them off. Is that needed? She flicked her ears in a way Alex didn't know. My understanding is they do little damage. They do little damage each time, but it adds up. How many of your herds have you lost? How long until you've lost so much you can't feed yourselves anymore or feed everyone here? We fight, Eric said. Alex swallowed his first response. Insulting anyone who could fight wasn't a good idea, but if they could fight, why had it been only Alex and Jacoby who'd acted? Waiting until you're hungry isn't how you win this. You need to start fighting them now. Have you tried stopping them at any time? Eric bristled. She said something in Somalian, and there was a quick exchange, sounding angry. Weapons. Rig finally snapped. They attacked from far. Human weapon. Better weapons. Alex nodded. And those looking after the herd did the right thing in running for shelter. But I can provide weapon. I can train you in how to fight with them. Properly armed and with the right knowledge, they could have fought them off and kept the animals safe. Weapons are not easy to acquire, Sartos said. I know someone will get us what we need, but weapons means nothing without people willing to use them. I need your help convincing them to fight back. No fighting, Rig said, pushing out his chest. Then you can help train them. Anyone who knows how to fight can help, but we need to start now. Lass said the corporation wants this place. They aren't in the habit of just walking away from what they want. You have to make it too costly for them to continue. It's the only thing corporations understand. So thus raised a hand and Rigerick closed his muzzle. Why do you want to do this? You are human, a mercenary. Are you seeking to be paid? I'm already here. I'm not going anywhere, and I have nothing better to do. I also don't like the idea of corporation. The corporation is trying to push its way on you. She eyed him. You, a mercenary, will do this. Protect us without asking for payment? She didn't believe him. He leaned back in the chair. I don't blame you. I'm not in the habit of helping. He became pensive, realizing it had been a long time since it considered just helping someone for its own sake. Even this had ulterior motives. I'm going to be here a while, and like I said, I have nothing to do. I no longer deal well with being bored. Training you will give me something to do while I wait for Tristan to be done. Done building a wall. Her tone was still skeptical. Alex nodded. A wall he kicked down not too long ago. He isn't well. I don't expect him to get better until he's done. Eric said something, his tone neutral as far as Alex could tell. Her ear flicked in agreement. He is looking for help. The defender you returned. Alex sighed. I have no idea what to expect. What's expected when it comes to your traditions, but I'm not interested in discussing the details again. I've already explained them to Lass. Her eyes flicked again, agreement. You don't have to explain. It is between you and the defender. Thank you. Will you help me? Get everyone together, translate what I say. You will not need to speak. I agree this will help us. I will speak to the town leader and elders on your behalf. I'll explain what you want to do, and I will do what I can to convince them they should go along. Eric will do the same. I will send word to you when a decision is made. Alex stood, trying to think if there were any specific details she needed to have, but he'd said all he knew. Eric escorted them outside, letting Alex exit first. As the door closed, he saw Eric reach for him out the corner of his eyes and stopped, hand dropping to the knife at his belt. He kept himself from moving further, waiting to see what the Somalian. He kept himself from moving further, waiting to see what the Somalian would do. Really? Would do. Eric hands paused, then lowered to his side. Guns, he said. You get guns? Alex turned. The Somalian seemed calm, but he kept glancing at Alex's hand on his knife. I can get them, yes. You'll also be able to keep the ones from the humans who attack after you fought them off. Eric seemed to have trouble translating what Alex said. More guns? He said finally, hint of hope and excitement in his voice. Yes, with each attack you'll get more guns. Rick nodded stiffly, mimicking Alex. You get guns. I make others say yes. This was the best he could expect. Now he had to wait and plan. By the time he reached the hover, he had an idea of how to proceed with training with training, but the details would depend on what Jeff Del Biro could get him as weapons. You look happy, Jacoby said sourly. Did he? Tell me you have a comm system working. Is that an order? Am I going to be punished if I don't have the answer you want to hear? Jake, I'm not in the mood, Alex said through gritted teeth. My name's Jacoby. You haven't earned the right to call me Jake, and I don't fucking care what mood you're in. I deserve enough respect to be told what's going on, not to be ordered around blindly. It would be so easy to kill him, Alex thought, but he forced that thought away. Jacoby wasn't being unreasonable. Alex was the one letting his frustration govern his actions. Things are progressing, Alex answered. I have people who are going to plead my case with those in charge, and one of them is eager for this to happen. And that's always a good thing, right? Things going your way, the upcoming fighting, the bloodshed. I'm not starting this, Jacoby. I'm reacting, the man snorted. If that's what you need to tell yourself to sleep at night, you really don't care what they get, you really don't care if they get stamped out of existence by a corporation? Alex, they aren't the job. No, I don't want them to die. I'm not that cold-hearted. But remember what happens to Merc who take on more than one job at a time? Something always blows up in their face. Tristan's the job. He's why we're here. What happens when he's done with the wall? Do you think the corporation is going to stop just because we leave? Taking on protecting them is going to have consequences, Alex. You are going to have to force us to stay here until the corporation... Are you going to force us to stay here until the corporation gives up? No. Once Tristan's done, we leave. I've told them that. So, you're going to leave them to deal with the escalation Leisure Tech is going to respond with? I'm going to train them, Jacoby. That's what I'm going to do between attacks, so they can deal with it once we leave. And they've agreed to that? They have no idea what fighting the corporation entails, do they? Did you explain to them the cost, the damage it will cause? Alex glared at him. No, of course not. This isn't a job. It's an excuse to fight something. Jacoby, you need to understand that I want to kill you right now. I'm not threatening you. I'm trying to give you a sense of how I feel. I need to kill something. It's sick, I know, but that's the monster I am. I have 3 possible targets, and only one of which I'll be able to sleep at night knowing what I did to them. So please stop fighting me. Jacoby studied him, and Alex hoped, for his sake, he was taking this seriously. Me? Jacoby said, and indicated the town. Them, or Leisure Tech. Would you really kill everyone here? If I lose it, only one person here stays alive, and it's getting more difficult to keep my temper in check. Jacoby looked beyond Alex, and he figured he watched Tristan. All right. To answer your question, no, I can't fix the comm system. Other than that, I'll be ready to fly in under 30 minutes. Alex nodded. No comment, no way to access any nodes, no way to check ahead of time with Jeff Del Biro so he could acquire the weapons he wanted. He'd have to take what was available and hope it would be enough. I'm going to have a message written by the time you're ready to leave, Alex sighed. I was really hoping to build a proper shopping list for you. And that concludes chapter 14 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the book as well as the others in the series, they are available at all major e-retailer. If you want to support me and get access to basically everything else I've written, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 78 allies. We're going up against 58 enemies, and we are off. Genimon starts in the lead. Monster Bait Me takes over first, is in second. Genimon is in first. Darth Torlin is in third. Flippy Leeds takes over third. Genimon is in first. Monster is in second. Flippy Leeds is in third. I've got 12 kills. Hopefully that's enough to give me the laurels I need. And we're down to a few enemies, and we're done. We've won. Okay, okay. So clearly I have the laurels. I just have to go on the board. Genimon is in first place, 9 kill, 14 assist. Monster Bait Me is in second place with 12 assist, and Psychonaut is in third with 12 kills. We have Saints, Paladins, and Lancer. I do believe we have a monster in this battle. So Monster Bait Me gets the Lancers. Paladins and Saints are not currently claimed by anyone. So the Spicy One gets the Paladin. Silver the Diamond Witch gets the Saint. And we move on to... Oh, there we go. Now you're registering. To collecting scrolls. And a very hard battle on the way to the gold. I need to clear. Well, actually, you know what? I've just seen that I'm going to be putting down an archer, so let's deal with that. Let's go here. All right, 6 kills. I do believe that can be, if nothing else, I think when I place my Orc Slayer, I'll get that. All righty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to do this morning's last chapter. All right, I am confirming. Streamer, the microphone is on. Turning off the desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 15 of Once Broken. Landing the hover in the shipping district slot proved interesting. It was so large, you needed 3 full spaces. Vehicles like this one were supposed to land at the edge of a city and for the occupants to use a transit system or walk. They were on vacation, after all. Jacoby wasn't leaving the hover so far, not that he was landing close to his final destination. He sent the message Alex wrote for the arms dealer from his datapad as soon as it had been able to connect to the network. 11 days into the 12-day trip. Having a properly maintained hover had allowed him to cut 2 days, with taking the time to land and sleep while he waited for an answer. He did his own shopping while he waited for an answer, he did his own shopping for the parts he needed to fix the rest of the damage Tech caused, and his enthusiastic rearranging of the component to render the hover unfindable by Leisure Tech. If he could get his hand on his strip tags and new ID, he'd even be able to get the autopilot working again, and the return trip would be even shorter. He enjoyed walking among humans again, to be able to forget he was on an alien world. This district felt like any other he'd visited while he was a merc. If he hadn't come from a Somalian town, he'd think this was a human world. He didn't see any Somalians while shopping or a store catering to their need. He brought new clothing, both to look less conspicuous and because the cleaner in the hover left this odd scent on the clothing it cleaned. When he When he received the message that his order was ready, he put a light shirt and pants over his under armor and his least armored jacket. He wasn't sure he could not look like a merc, but this was a good attempt. Reluctantly, he left his Terminator in the hover and limited himself to a knife as well as his at the small of his back and in his boot. He considered taking the Aziru, Alex at Force Tech to hand over, but it was too small of a weapon, not powerful enough, and he was ill at ease as he was ill at ease as he, okay, wait. Let's see if this works better. He considered taking the Aziru Alex at Force Tech to hand over, but it was too small of a weapon, not powerful enough. He was ill at ease as he exited and locked the hover. Jacoby mixed with the crowd, doing his best to move like someone on vacation instead of on a high alert for security officers. He missed being home, where he didn't have to worry about security or how he carried himself or that he had Termy at his hip. He considered calling home, but he worried what that client would feel he was checking up on him. The last thing Jacoby wanted to do was make his old friend think he didn't trust him to look after the people there. He also didn't want to risk the call being noticed. Home wasn't a hidden world, but they did their best not to attract the attention of the corporations. The busy street with humans slowly shifted to a mix of human and Somalians, then only the occasional human in a Somalian crowd, and then he was in the narrow alleys that composed the old Somalian city. He was halfway to Jeff's shop when he noticed the kids who trailed him the last time were absent. He hadn't tried to hide his arrival. Had Jeff told them not to bother with Jacoby when he chased them away? No, this was different. He'd expected them to watch him suspiciously, but there was no one here. He was the only one moving about the alleys. Except he wasn't. He saw a human leaning against a wall, carefully not to look in Jacoby's direction as he approached. He was mostly in shadows, but the way the jacket hung off him indicated it was armored. He saw another one as he walked past, a few alleys away, talking on his data pad. This one didn't look up at him either. Jacoby also didn't look at that one, rather studying him out the corner of his eye. Too casual, too at ease. They weren't regular security, like what had been in the building Tech blew up. These were part of a corporate security team. It couldn't be a coincidence they were here. Either they'd intercepted the message and he realized this was more likely when he noticed the three forms in the shadows watching Jeff's shop. They were watching the arms dealer. Jacoby walked by the shop without looking at it, consulting his datapad. When he saw a man standing in the shadow of another alley, he deactivated the positioning option from the map and approached him. "Excuse me," he called out, and the man shifted. He didn't see details, but Jacoby saw the gun at the man's hip was larger than Termy. Now he wished he'd brought it. Jacoby let out a nervous chuckle. "I've managed to get myself lost, and this whole thing's glitched on me. I have no idea where I am. I'm supposed to meet my wife at the..." He consulted the map. "Carlson Market? I have no idea where that is from." The man took a step forward, and Jacoby wasn't acting when he took a step back in worry. He fought the urge to stab the man preemptively. Hard face scarred. His glove had deep scuff at the knuckles, the leftover from multiple beating he'd given. Sir, he said in a harsh tone, you need to leave. Jacoby straightened and made himself indignant. I'm only asking for direction. No need to. Sir, the man said through gritted teeth, you're in the middle of a corporate action. If you don't leave right now, I'm going to have to take you in, and you can explain to the interrogators what you're doing here. Oh, Jacoby backed up. I'm sorry, I didn't know. He turned and hurried away, cursing silently. Jeff couldn't know about them. If he had, he wouldn't have told Jacoby his order was ready. Not unless Jacoby was the target, and and if he had, he wouldn't have been allowed to walk away. Back on the main road, he leaned against a wall and pretended to check his datapad, listening for anyone following him. He wished he'd left Alex one of his dedicated comms. They would have been able to figure out an alternative. Not that Alex could do anything from that town without access to the network. He had to contact Jeff. Jacoby had to let him know his shop was being watched, as well as work out how to get his order past the watchers. He couldn't call the Somalian. They might have missed the message he sent earlier, but they would notice a call. And while his datapad had obfuscating programs, they were nothing a corporate coercionist couldn't take apart in the time it took Jacoby to initiate a call. This was supposed to be easy. You need help? The voice was accented but confident. Jacoby looked up from the datapad, then down at the young Somalian with light copper fur and black swirls. He wore canvas pants, which should be thrown out and replaced. He had the look that even on an alien face Jacoby recognized. This boy thought he'd find himself some easy money. Jacoby looked around for the rest of his group, but he was alone. Without having to worry about being mobbed by kids, Jacoby hated the idea of having to fight his way through them. He almost told this one to leave him alone, but realized in time he could make use of him too. This was a boy, right? He decided not to wonder or ask. He didn't want to think a girl would pull this kind of hustle, or any hustle. Do you know where, he had trouble recalling the full name, Jeff Del Biro's shop is? I could, the boy answered in a derisive tone. Back home, Jacoby would grab any kid who spoke to him that way and drag them to their parents with instruction to teach them proper manners. Here, Jacoby simply nodded. How many credits for you to remember? The boy snorted. What do I do with that? I'm down here and up, not up there, he indicated the sky. Fair enough. What is it going to take for you to remember and deliver something to him? The boy looked Jacoby over. 2 bags of Horfton. Jacoby had no idea what that was, but it didn't matter. Where do I get them? 3, the boy corrected. Jacoby smiled. He knew this hustle, but didn't feel like playing it. How about I make it 5? The boy narrowed his eyes, his ears folding halfway back. Will it get me hurt? Not if you can avoid being seen. Another sort. Humans don't see much. Then you should be fine. So is 5 enough? He pointed to a shop on the other side of the road. You get them there. 2 now, the rest once you've delivered it. 4 now, the boy countered. 3. And 3 more when you get back. The boy frowned. That's 6. I'm glad you can count. Does it work for you? How do I know you'll give them to me when I get back? Not the kid's first hustle, he thought, not even in the first few. Jacoby had no idea how old the kid was, but he'd been at it for a while now. Considering the number of humans in the city, probably made enough to live off his hustles. How about you point me to a place I can wait for you? You can wait here, the boy answered. I'd like to sit down. You can sit here, no one minds. Kid, Jacoby said, trying to rein in his impatience, I want to sit down and have a drink. I don't expect this to be quick. They don't let me in any of your places. Somehow Jacoby didn't think that would stop this boy, but he didn't want to argue. Then show me to one where you can go in. They're not going to like you there. Jacoby chuckled. I spent most of my working life dealing with people who didn't like me. I can handle it. The boy considered it, then pointed at a door far corner of a block. That's Porphyrinat. She has food and drinks. Jacoby nodded and wrote a quick message. Transferred it to a data chip and handed it to the young Somalian. Give that to Jeff and tell him where to find me. To Horftum? He asked, taking the chip. Give me a name, not your real one, just a name I can tell whoever's in charge there. So they'll hold your 3 bags. I get 3 now. The moment you agree, I go buy them. The boy gave him a name Jacoby could remember and, more importantly, pronounce. Horfton turned out to be dried meat packaged in bag, large enough they were almost too much for the boy to carry. Jacoby took the other 3 to the door he indicated. The place was a smaller version of Denny's Tavern. The bar was on the right side of the room, and a dozen tables were placed in the open space, far closer than Jacoby liked. Somalians did seem to enjoy being close to one another. Did they feel the same even with strangers? Not human stranger, based on the hateful glare he received. He headed to the bar where Somalian, a little shorter than him, but broader, eyed him suspiciously. Was there such a thing as a slim Somalian? If there was, would Jacoby even recognize that? He put the 3 bags on the counter. These are for Jifnik. He's going to be by for them in a while. He offered the Somalian a credit chip. This is for you, so you'll give them to him instead of keeping them. The Somalian watched him without reacting. Did he or she speak standard? Jacoby wondered. The Somalian took the chip, then moved the bags to a shelf on the wall in view of everyone. Jacoby picked a table in the far corner, surrounded by unoccupied table, and looked the thin crowd over as he took his data pad out, and paused on 2 at the other end of the room. Unlike the other Somalian Jacoby had encountered, each of these 2 wore a shirt and a jacket. One had golden fur with a mane of brown hair, but it was the other who attracted his attention, or rather what he wore. The sleeveless long coat, which had seen better days, and the hat. An odd thing with a large brim, the sides bent up, and a dip in the crown. He'd seen a hat like that before. The golden-furred Somalian nodded in this direction, and the other one turned, locking green eyes on Jacoby, and he was certain there had been recognition in them. Only, it was impossible. Jacoby only knew one Somalian, Tech, and he would have remembered one with orange fur with black stripes. It had been a human who'd worn that kind of hat. And the long coat still, okay, there's no still about it because he doesn't know he's looking at the same person. And the long coat had sleeves, he thought. It had been a long time ago, not long after he'd entered the life. The man's memory had stuck with him because he'd felt off. He hadn't been part of his team or even on the same job. This was a case of 2 unrelated jobs intersecting. As far as Jacoby had been able to tell, the long coat hadn't been armored, or the shirt, but the man had managed to take hits and not fall. And his knives had been old. Not old in the sense of having seen a lot of use, old as in belonging in museums. I give. The Somalian from behind the bar was before his table, interrupting his thought. Stop watching. I give what want. His accent was so thick Jacoby barely understood. I'm not watching, Jacoby answered. Not you, anyway. Bring me something to drink. Not have human drink. Jacoby shrugged. Bring me something you'd drink. I'm waiting for someone. I'd rather be a customer than just a loiter. The Somalian didn't look like he understood, but he laughed. The golden-fur Somalian was the one who felt off this time. He had the same broad shoulder that seemed to be typical of Somalians, but Jacoby had never seen one with such long hair. It fell to his shoulder at the back and vanished into the shirt in the front. The barman returned with a foul-smelling drink, and the 2 Somalians went back to their own meals. Jacoby searched the network for any information on Leisure Tech security, but he couldn't find anything. There had been a time where he could navigate the network with ease, finding anything that wasn't behind security programs, but that was before he'd retired. Someone sat across from him, but a quick glance told him it wasn't Geoff. I'm waiting for someone. He went back to reading. You're waiting for me. Jacoby looked at him. Her? Something said her to Jacoby. You're not who I'm waiting for. My father isn't coming. He put the pad down. Her sandy fur was darker, and she had brown swirls in it. Who's your father? Geoff Del Biro, she answered. You were at his shop. He vaguely remembered her now. Are you here for business or to drink that? She wrinkled her nose at the mug. I'm here to pick up the order, he said, putting his datapad away. But your father's shop is being watched. Her ears twitched. After the building was destroyed, any Somalian who looks at weapons is being watched. If my need for the money your friend offered wasn't great, I'd send you to the humans' weaponeers. Jacoby wondered what she could need that kind of money for. So you can get me the weapons? She pulled out a data pad, and even before she began typing on it, Jacoby pulled it out of her hand. Don't use that, he said. She glared at him. The corporation has its ear on you, its ear and eyes on it. You don't think I know how to protect myself? He made sure she hadn't brought up anything relevant. I think you have no idea what the corporation is capable of. If they're watching you, they don't just have people standing around your shop. They have programs floating around the network, waiting for you to transmit anything. Could they have programming in it? No, they would be storming this place if they did. They probably just had someone outside waiting for her to come out. Waiting to see who else would exit. You were on it, she indicated his datapad. I was just running generalized search. I'm not the one they're looking into. Then how do we do this? Do I tell you where to go? Jacoby thought about it. He could leave the back way or stay here for the rest of the day, hours after she'd left. But he knew corporations. They wouldn't believe she'd come here just for a drink, not unless she was always coming here, and Jacoby didn't think so. The only way he was getting out of here without being caught was to deal with her tail. Put your hands on the table, palms up. She frowned, ears back. Is this a human thing? He stifled a sigh. It's a let's deal with this thing. She placed her hand as he instructed. He palmed one of the dedicated comms in his hand and covered her hand with it. You're going to go outside and walk down the road. Go in a straight line. Don't look behind you. Why? Her fur bristled. So I can spot and deal with whoever is following you. She started to pull her hand away, but he held it. Before I talk, the comm unit will click twice. Don't react to it. Just listen and do what I tell you. Understood? Her eyes flicked the way the Somalians had. Her ears flicked the way he saw the Somalians that hung around the temple did when they talked together. What does that mean? That I understand. Good. Can you convince the owner to let me use the back door? As she led him to the door, he saw the bags of meat were gone, as were the two Somalians he'd watched. She waited 5 minutes, as instructed, before giving him the time to get onto the roof. He spotted the first tail instantly. She had to know about that man, too. He was blatant about following her. He was a decoy. It took Jacoby longer to find the second tail, but as a lone human, any time he poked his head out of an alley, it was impossible to miss him if one was looking. He clicked the comm twice. You have 2 of them. Don't try to lose them. I'm going to take care of them, but it'll take us some time. Jacoby hurried down the roof and ran to get behind the serious tail. He wished he'd bought Termy, or better yet, one of the rifles he'd taken off the dead humans. He could have taken both of them down from the roof with one of them. It wouldn't have been discreet, but it would have been quick. He should have brought a stunner or a stun stick or an injector loaded with tranquilizer. Jobs were almost never straightforward, and he should have figured this would be the same, he sighed. There was a time when he had always been ready for anything. A long time ago. He stood out among the Somalians walking around, but the agent didn't bother looking behind him. He'd almost caught up to the man when he ducked back in an alley. Jacoby checked to make sure he was heading away before running across and for the next alley. The agent was hurrying, but he had to deal with going around the building while it was a straight line for Jacoby. Jacoby didn't wait for him to appear in the alley. He ran in and tackled the man as he turned the corner. The man pushed Jacoby off of him, pulled a knife. He didn't speak. He knew this wasn't an accident. Jacoby dodged and blocked the initial strikes, gauging the man's tactics, his strength. He was well trained, but young. He didn't have the experience, and it showed in how clean the attacks were. They were based on how he was trained, not decades of fighting. Seeing the opening, Jacoby grabbed the wrist, twisted, and struck the man in the throat. While the man tried to catch his breath, Jacoby pulled him in a chokehold. Less than a minute, and the man was limp in his arm. Jacoby found the restraint, along with an injector loaded with a tranquilizer. No gun. This was a capture mission. Had they traced the explosives he and Alex had used to Joff? They hadn't detonated them, so some might have survived. Some might have survived Tristan's explosions. If they thought Joff was behind it, would they have raided his shop? They were hoping... No. If they thought Joff was behind it, they would have raided his shop. They were hoping the culprit would come back for more. Unluckily for them, he had. He pocketed the injector and restrained the man, dragging him behind a building to ensure no one found him until he was done. Then he was back among the Somalians, and they barely reacted to his presence, other than moving out of his way if they saw him coming. They didn't complain if he bumped into them. Yeah, this is very clunky. It was the same for the other agent, in the middle of the crowd, not even trying to hide his presence. He got behind the man and injected him before he could react. Jacoby caught him and pulled him into an alley, restraining him too. He clicked the comm twice. I've taken care of your tail. Keep going. If you have a data chip, click once. If not, twice. The comm clicked once. Enter the location of my package on it, then turn around and walk back to the tavern we came from. Keep the chip in your left hand. I'll take it when we bump into each other. My advice is for you to go home and disappear. When they realize someone neutralized your tails, they are going to come after you. Corporations aren't nice when they think you're working against them. If you can't vanish, don't give them a reason to think you were part of whatever they're looking into. He was back on the street, his datapad in hand, acting as if he was trying to find something on it. He saw her stop and turn in the distance, then head his way. He bumped into her and caught her to keep her from falling against someone else. Sorry, he said as she wrenched her hand out of his. She replied in Somalian and walked on. He pocketed the chip and continued on his way. And this concludes the chapter 15 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the book as well as the others in the series, they are up. They are available from all major e-retailers. If you want to support me, that is on my Patreon, where you can also get access to just about everything else I've written. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. was kind of expecting this to take longer. Cool. I don't feel like I rushed anything. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 65 allies. We're going up against 93 enemies. Let's see if I can get 6 kills. That's 1, 2, 3. Looks like 3 is going to be it. Sigma's in first place. Genimon is in second. White Fox Minx is in third. I think I'm dead. Let's... Sigma maintains the first. Genimon is in second. Flippy leads. Takes over third. And the enemies are... Oh, I'm still alive. Vanishing. Alrighty, and 3. Sigma OS is in first place. 10 kill, 29 assist. Genimon is in second place with 30 assist. And Flippy Leeds is in third. 5 kills, 16 assist. We have Saints, Bombers, and Busters. And no one currently claimed these. So, Kikizir and Monster Bait Me, you have been busted. Alexi is bombed, and Lycilium has been sainted. And we move on to a very hard battle before the gold chest. Alright, I still need kills. All right, yeah, let's go with the Templar. And if not, well, I'll probably put my Arc there. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And that is done. Done. Reading these, I am realizing how my writing has changed. Um, hey, monster bait me. Like it's not quite clunky, but it's flat. That this is what I'm realizing about my older writing. It's rather flat. But, you know, that's what happens. You learn, you change, you improve. Yeah, and you know, like this was written a while back. At this point, possibly a decade ago. All right. I will go on lunch. I will do my best to be back. In 25 minutes or so, in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Atoll. Station. One. Battle. Station. We have 75 allies. We're going up against 54 enemies. And we are off with Master B in the lead. Sergeant K Dog in second. Vilva. 2V. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to stick to that because I cannot make out what the rest is supposed to be. Let's see. Master B is in first. Sergeant K Dog is in second. 2V is in third. I'm dead. Really? Already? How many kills do I need? Oh, I've got my 6th kill. Okay, I've got my kills. Flippy Leeds takes over first. Master B is in second. 2V is in third. And, yeah, we're going to be done very soon. There we go. We're done. We've won. Flippy Leeds is in first place with 10 kills, 14 assists. 2V is in second place, 2 kills, 16 assists. And Master B is in third with 16 assists. Oh, tied with Sergeant K Dog. We have Busters. We have Musketeers. Do we have a Bluer Swede? We do. Lego heads. Do we have a Dark Lord of Legos? No, Darth has left. So, let's see. Spicy One, Meowfa have been busted. Jessica also gets Musketeers. Scooter Brother gets Lego heads. And we get to move on to a gold chest. On the way to the skin chest. Alright. Gotta clear a quest. Oh. Completely. Okay. So then I'm back on here. Singles. So that's that. That is that. Go down here and Orc Slayer. Yep. Alrighty. So we will see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 105 enemies. Could be interesting. Sigma is in first place. Flippy Leeds is in second. Paxor is in third. Let's see. Sigma's is in first. Flippy Leeds is in second. And Paxor is in third. You guys have the pole position kind of secured. All right, everything's moving. Let's see if we can. I think that was me. That's Flippy Leeds. Let's see. Flippy is in first place. Sigma's in second, and Paxor is in third. And looks like we've got this. We may need to go to the defense of Q-Wiz. And there we go. And we're done. We've won. Flippy Leeds is in first place. 26 kill, 60 assist. Sigma OS is in second place. 9 kill, 73 assist. And Paxor is in third with 46 assist. We have gold. Do we have the Dr. Derp? The Lady Lights? How about a bluer Swede? And Onati-kun? Huh? Gold's up for grab. Lego Head. Do we have the Dark Lord of Legos? We do not. And Musketeer, well, that is Bluer's backup, who we have established is not there. Psychonaut gets gold. Frostbite. Lego Heads. Zibby gets Musketeers. And we move on to Scroll Collections. And then an insane battle on the way, before the skin chest. Yeah, it looks like the swords indicate a form of boss battle. So I'm on singles. That means Lancer. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Micanthrope. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? All right, so it's a lot more coffee needed day. Well, I hope you get access to the needed coffee. So this this is an Alex chapter. Did I see the star got the Hugo Award? No. What stuff is that? I do not. I don't even know what the Hugo Award is. I mean, it sounds familiar, but oh, I mean, is that recent or from a couple of years ago? Because I remember something about how a group of people got together to make sure something that wasn't exactly good won. That seemed the way. I mean, that feels like it was a while ago, a few years ago. I mean, not that long ago because it was based. You know, they used the internet to make it happen. But yeah, that's the one. Well, I heard about that. Yeah, yeah, they got they got him to win something, and as it, I mean, I don't know if I don't know why. Like I believe I heard I remember stories about that, you know, that it was a way for them to um, show that, you know, it was basically rigged because it could be manipulated. And another story that because they thought he deserved it. I don't know. I don't pay attention to that stuff, so it's stuff that I hear, you know, when it bounces around on the internet, and I don't care about award. Uh it's hosted in China. Oh. uh, who thought it was a good idea to host that there? I mean, at this point, why don't they just host it in Geneva and have the stuff show up online? Like, Go to a neutral country where nobody's going to give a damn. Like, honestly, like, who thought it was going to be a good idea to do that there? By popular vote. Yeah, well, when the country with the most people wins the popular vote, uh, that's a little questionable. Anyway, like I said, I don't pay attention to that. Like, I don't care. Like, as far as like, to me, awards are just a way of promoting books that make money. And yeah, no, yeah. I mean, well, hey, you know what? They did not want oversight. Now they've got it. They've got what they wanted. So cool, cool, good for them. Like, if that's what they wanted, they have what they want. So I'm sure that they will that it will go perfectly the way the Yugo want to go. So the award and pickup of the book definitely does say something about publishers wanting shorthand says popular fiction. Well, like I said, it's to push books that make money. Like, it's about, yeah. But again, like, it's whatever. You know. While I have opinions, they are not opinion of someone who's invested, because I really don't care. I could not tell you who won. I could not tell you who's being um, eligible, and I don't think I've ever read any of the books on any of those awards. Or if I did, it wasn't because they were on the awards. Like I said, most of the books I read are from unknown or people known within very small circles. Uh, I mean, honestly, Jim Butcher is about the only one I read that I've read that I want to read. Um, I read one book of Ursula Le Guin, wasn't a fan. No idea who Cherise Cassandra is. Um, I mean, when I was younger, I read a lot of popular writers because that's all I could get. But yeah, like I said, like, awards just don't mean anything to me. Awards for deeply personal message story. Just kind of hit and miss because of our subjective elements. Yep. Chance to win more award. They pulled it over the fact that he has angels and demons. Really? Like, if an event's gonna start pulling, if something like that's gonna start pulling books, is anyone gonna take it seriously? Or, to be more precise, is anyone who matters going to take it seriously? I'm not sure for the right kid to pick up. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not saying that. Well, okay, yeah, like I said, it doesn't matter to me. I don't. But like, if publishers will go by that award, considering what's going on, I kind of have to go. Really, are publishers not supposed to be promoting good storytelling rather than biased storytelling? But again, it's capitalism. They are in it for the money. We should accept that if we don't already know it. So yeah, it's gonna happen the way it happens, and some of the problems probably mean full money for whoever wins the days. Hey, again, cool, good for them. you know, I just question the value of, well, no, I mean, this is what, the third year now? Like, after, the fact that they haven't set things in place to prevent manipulation from happening. Yeah. Again, like it's a non-event as far as I'm concerned. It will happen the way it happens. Whoever wins will rejoice. Whoever loses will feel disappointment. And it will happen again next year, and the year after that, and the one after that, and so on and so on and so on. And Atoll Station. One. Battle Station. We have 75 allies. We're going up against 74 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Nah takes over. That is Nah is in second. Sigma's takes over first. Blue Swede is in no longer there because Flippy Leads takes over third. Second, pushing Nah down to third. Flippy Lead is in first. Sigma's in second. Nah is in third. Interesting. They're bringing us down faster. All right, we may be in slight trouble here. Yeah, we are. Wow. Okay, well, let's do this again. Yeah, indeed. That last thing that blew up was impressive. Alrighty, let's try this again. Although I'm going to be on. Defensive. Let's start here. And yeah, half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 84 allies. We're going up against 59 enemies. And we are off with Sigma in first place. Mr. Shadowseer is in second. Genimon takes over third. Oh, I see. We are getting undead. Okay. Sigma still in first. Bone Ska is in second. Shadowseer is in third. This is a free-for-all that's kinda... difficult to follow. But the numbers are going down in our favor, so... I kind of wonder. They fall out. They are armored. Okay. Alright, so we're down to the last enemies, and the last one, we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place. 1 kill, 62 assists. Mr. Shadowseer is in second place. 8 kill, 39 assists. And the Sombre Feu is in third. 10 kill, 23 assists. We have bombers and... oh, berserkers. Do we have a duchess among us? No. No, the duchess is not here today. And the bombers, well, they are not claimed by anyone. So, Le Sombre Feu, Lost Lolicon, BMAC, you all get bombed. Play games for fun gets berserkers. We move on to a skin chest before the boss. Alrighty, so it's time for my Lancer. Yeah, puppy's not ready for a walk again, so time for my Lancer. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Hmm. I don't think I can do this with just two of them. Hmm. Okay, how do I use this? Huh. Did I miss that? Or did I miss it? Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 78 allies. We are going up against 94 enemies. And we are off with Sigma in the lead, Shuan in second, Shadowseer is now in third. Let's see. Sigma's in first. Bone Scott is now in third as BMAC takes over first, pushed back down to second by Sigma. Bone Scott's in third. Not that it matters, but I'm kind of curious if I am not killing anything. You'll buy in it. Alright, Sigma's in first, Bone Skull's in second, Big Mac is in third. And looks like we're basically done. Sigma OS is in first place. 16 kill, 22 assist. Bonska's in second place, 1 kill, 32 assist. And Jessiku is in third, 10 kill, 9 assist. We have gold. Do we have the Dr. Derp? The Lady Wrights? A bluer Swede? Or an Onatikun? There's Onatikun for the gold. We have Lego heads. Do we have the Dark Lord? Hey, Darth is back with us. And Berserkers. Do we have a Duchess among us? No, still no Duchess. So, Nursing Geek will get the Berserkers. And we will move on to the boss battle. All right, so let's see about that here. Wow, okay, well, I'm gonna go here. And it is past 2, so it is time for me to check in on the shop. The shop, not that. Where anything at not level 30 is getting purchased. I'm above 20k. I gotta refresh. And there's one set. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. And now to check in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased, and I have 3 refresh. That makes 2, and the third. Not horrible. And now to resolve this. So, I have 3 supposedly FBI team at the precinct right now. While Tristan can reason that the original the first team in is the real FBI, he knows that they're not, which may, and the the next pair is probably, well, the way they're dressed makes it obvious that they're not. The question is, how will okay? The first team is in the interrogation room, so they can't react. They can't do anything until something happens. What are okay? If I okay, all right, I need to rethink this slightly. If I put them in $3,000 suits, they are clearly working. They're part of the trafficking ring. Which means that they're there to rescue their boss. The reason for them to do that is they don't know that he has a contingency. Or they do, and they know that the contingency is throwing the organization under the bus. Huh. Doesn't that one doesn't quite work though. So they're here to rescue him. The other option is if I don't put them in $3,000 suits, these guys can be rivals. Now, would I need to establish the existence of the rivals in a previous book, though? Everything's on first draft, so I can definitely do it. But what kind of complication will that bring? And so let's go with these guys are part of the trafficking ring. So they're showing up expecting to be the first there. Probably working from a similar set of information that Alex got. So they figure they have, a few minutes before the FBI gets there, then they can get their boss and leave. Except they show up and the FBI is already there. Alternatively, they know this. They recognize Tristan and Alex. Now, it is kind of stupid to start a shootout to start a gunfight in the precinct. But never said these guys were the smartest people around. Regardless, this is going to be a short chapter. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, all right. Hey, Bluer Swede, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And your clock has been updated. I am doing well, thank you very much. Writing is a little, the writing's ending a little early today. The chapter is done, and considering that we are on the boss battle, I'm thinking I might end the stream after the battle once we win the battle. You were listening via phone. Ah. As in this morning, as in, or when I was trying to talk through the situation I'm in with the story. Only the read and corrects. I cool. And how are you doing today? You're fine. Cool. How's the release of my book going? I, I'm not. I'm not looking at promo stuff right now. It's the idea of doing more promo stuff is making me sick. So what's out there is out there. I don't know that I'll be able to get myself to do anymore. Otherwise, it's happening. It releases on the 1st of March, so until then, I don't really have a way of knowing how well um, it's going. That's not what I typed. Not that I can find. Well, sorry. Um, I can find the sales once my book is live on my dashboard, but I haven't been able to find anything telling me what slash if anything resembling uh, pre-orders have happened. Oh my God! I'm gonna have to mention them now. They will no longer be unmentionables. They're actually claimed by someone. Come on. Flying Road. The entry on the list has been updated. You are welcome. I guess I'm gonna stick around longer then. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 134 enemies. This could be interesting. Sigma's in the lead. Ange Fatal is in second. Bonska's in third. Let's see. Sigma is still in first. Bonska's now in second. Ange Fatal is in third. I am dead. I am curious to see what will happen. So the boss is dead, killed by Sigma. All right, looks like we're doing this. I'm very much impressed. What does Sigma have on the board? That's oh, barbarian. But no, just a barbarian, really. Alrighty, Sigma is in first place. 66 kill, 58 assist. Earning themselves top position in both categories. Ange Fatal is in second place, 3 kill, 31 assist. And Bonska is in third, 11 kill, 15 assist. We have Centurions, and Musketeers. Now, isn't that interesting timing? Because Blue Earth Swede no longer claims the Musketeer as their backup. So, Frostbite and Silver the Diamond Witch get Centurion. Biakoj, you get Musketeers. And we have cleared the boss. I get scrolls. And move on to the next map, starting with a hard. We're going to have skin, token, and the boss. So we start with a hard battle. On the way to the skin chest, this will be the last battle of the day. Do I need anything else? Not really. Yeah, you know what? Let's just go with the usual. Wait, what? Wrong path? What do you mean wrong path? Here, all the way down here, then there, then there. Oh! Oh! Yes, thank you. Oh, I am so glad that you drew this to my attention. I would have missed it. I'm so used to just looking at the bottom row. Yeah, I would have missed that. Okay, so then it's gonna be up here to grab this. Then 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So then after that, we're going to go down here. Thank you for, yeah, because I honestly, I don't know that I would have noticed that. Now, of course, the question is, will I remember it tomorrow? Alrighty, so in half an hour-ish, we'll see how this turns out. Holy cow, fucking ball. I don't want to be on pot. Well, yeah. Well, they've moved them about. Um, which I think is good. Uh, surprise us once in a while, force me to look around a little bit instead of always going by. Although I will say that up till now, the fastest path has always been in the bottom. The upper path has always been the longer one, usually by 1 or 2 battles. So, which is why I tend to go down because half the time I don't. I want to get through. I want to get through as fast as possible through the battle to the boards. So. So yeah, it's going to cost us 2 battles. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 51 allies. We're going up against 61 enemies. And we are off. Oh, range. Wait. Did I put the wrong thing? Or is the range just... Okay, never mind. Sigma's in first place. Onatikun takes that over. Bonska is in third. I'm killing stuff and I don't even have to move. Really? My range is that good? Now we just have to wait until we can start moving. There, no? There we go. We can start moving. Oh, somebody's in the back. And we're done. We have won. Oh, and this is my toy. Oh, cool. I finished that. Sigma OS is in first place with 53 assists. Onatikun is in second place, 27 kill, 11 assists. And Bluer Swede is in third, 14 kill, 5 assists. We have, oh, archers. Is Nursing Geek in the battle at this anymore? No, they are not. And then bombers that are not claimed by anyone. So, Silver the Diamond Witch gets archers, Lost Lolicon gets bombed. And I have a quest to clear. Cool. Oh, something went up. Alrighty. Alright, well, tomorrow morning we will be going up this way to a skin, a scroll, and then token and boss. So, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a moderate battle. I hope to see you then. And since my writing is done, actually, no, it's not. Because I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. So I still need to set that up. It amuses me, sometimes annoys me, how I spent basically 40 minutes, keeping busy, not remembering that I needed to set that up. And of course, thinking I was done with it, I shut down my Patreon, so I... It's not 27. All right, now it's done. And as requested by James, I will raid Sable. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company and assisting with the Stream Raider battle. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step and in the afternoon, Inner Discord. So I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you